Good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. It is 6:01. I'll call the meeting to order, and I'll ask the Board Secretary to please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mrs. Hassler?
Here.
Mrs. Stufen?
Present.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Here.
Mrs. Caforio?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman is here. Mr. Collins is absent.
Okay, 6 board members present, 1 absent. The board will be going into closed session, so if I could have a motion for the board to go into closed session for the items we have on the agenda and the additional 2. It's right here.
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 120-2C1. The purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel shall be acquired. 5 ILCS 120-2C5. The discussion, stand by 1 second, sorry. The setting of a price for sale or lease of property owned by the public body, 5 ILCS 122C6. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06 5 ILCS 122-C21. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, 5 ILCS 122C2, and security procedures, building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonable potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property, 5 ILCS 122C8.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Mrs. Troutman, could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman, yes. Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. The board will be in closed session. Good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, July 13th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 6 o'clock for items listed on the agenda. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. In accordance with Board Policy 2.230, members of the public may provide public comment at the meeting. The public will be allocated up to 3 minutes per speaker. The board president has set 30 minutes as the length of time for the public comment section of the meeting. Board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district's website. Electronic public viewing can be found at Board Docs by clicking on the video button. We have 6 board members present. We have 1 absent, and we do have our new superintendent, Dr. Keisha Campbell, in place as well. So with that, we will stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so tonight we have a few recognitions, and the first one is going to be of Dr. Linda Yankee. And before she comes up, I just want to kind of kick off tonight with, as a team of 8, the Board of Education and the Superintendent work together to set the vision of the district and accomplish the goals that we set forth to provide a high-quality education for our students while wisely stewarding the resources of our community. The Board of Education is tasked with governing the district, which very simply means asking the who, the what, the why, and the how much. The superintendent, through board policy and expertise, is empowered to operate the district by managing, recommending, and implementing, answering the questions of how, when, where, and by whom in order to lead the staff and improve district performance. We are a team of 8, and tonight we welcome our newest member, Dr. Keisha Campbell. And as a team, we're tasked with meeting the needs of our 8,500 students, developing our 1,500 staff members, and serving our 48,000 community members to the best of our ability. So we're really glad to have Dr. Campbell on board and our first board meeting with us, and as we begin the work for our students. So with that, we're going to say thank you to Dr. Yankee. So if you want to come up, and Karen, Mrs. Stufen is going to honor her for us on our behalf and thank her. As you remember, she's been our interim superintendent for a few months, and we're really grateful that she's been a part of our team. We're going to make you stand in the middle.
How you like, yeah, everybody else does it.
And
Thank you. Yeah. All right, so, Linda. 1998, huh? So I know that since your days of being our York principal, a dream was to be our District 205 superintendent. We were thrilled with your immediate and enthusiastic yes when it was apparent to all of us to have you back with us these last few months as our interim superintendent. Your time at New Trier has served you, and it served us very well. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We thank you for coming back to us. We are grateful to see, or glad for you, that we were able to make your dream come true for these short months. We're grateful for your commitment to District 205. I know that it means a lot to you, your husband, and your family. Your boys are York grads, or your children, I should say, sorry. Yeah, yep, sorry. And we're honored by your service to us. You put your heart and soul into it, and so it was a mutual relationship and admiration and dream that served us well. So thank you, Linda, for everything you've done for all of us.
Before you leave, I think there might be a couple other comments that maybe people want to say.
I won't make you come back up here and stand, but I do think I wanted to recognize, and I don't think the community can fully appreciate how vital your role has been over these past, oh my gosh, 6 months now, right? Like we met you back in January. And for those of us that had the opportunity to be a part of the selection back in January, I knew when the second you walked in the room, Tim was great, but when you spoke, I'm like direction and positivity and like just a brilliant person. And when the opportunity came for us to pick an interim, I couldn't have been happier for our community and our district that you said yes. So I am so grateful. We are all so grateful. And the community will never understand the length of how important your transition has been these past few months. So enjoy swimming, get that diving pool and play more tennis and enjoy the rest of the summer. And thank you. And we can't wait to see you around the next months coming up.
As you walk up, Dr. Yonke, I want to again just echo the thank you and sincere appreciation for your support to me as I transition into this role. And for me personally, I am not saying goodbye. This is, I will see you really soon, like maybe tomorrow, when I call you, and just your continued mentorship and coaching to me as a leader. So thank you.
I just wanted to once again to say thank you. As I mentioned to you earlier this evening, that when Tim and I came to that first meeting, we were struck by a board that was bright, engaged, committed to this district, wanting to work together, and very committed to a really solid search for a new superintendent. And we had 26 focus groups. We had interviews with each of you and lots of other people. And it was clear that this community, when I started working here in 1998, as Karen mentioned, and my husband and our daughter was in college, our son went to York High School, just had such an immediate connection to this community. We all still have friends here. We still come here. And so it was my privilege to serve you in this small way for these 3 months and to work with you. It's been a pleasure. You don't give yourselves enough credit. You're a highly effective, engaged board, and you're going to do great things. And I am so proud of Dr. Keisha Campbell and that she is the next superintendent. And I know you are just going to just take off. So thank you again for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. The next recognition is the boys lacrosse team. So I believe they're all standing in the background. So if you can come on up to the center, Mrs. Troutman's going to,
Coaches and athletes,
and then the coaches come on up. But please come stand in the middle so that we can appreciate and maybe embarrass you. Right here in the middle.
Right in the, yeah, he's like
There
right
you
here.
go, front and center.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Wow.
We wouldn't have known from the hair that you were a lacrosse player, so it's a good thing you have the stick. No, you should have seen all these boys at the state. They all had the mullets. That's right. Not everybody shaved them, right? So good evening and welcome to the athletes, coaches, and families. You know, one of our favorite things to do on the board is acknowledge and recognize the amazing things that happen in our district. This is why we put this at the front of our agenda, because it keeps us motivated, because it's such a positive thing. I feel so honored to be able to present this award to you gentlemen and coaches, many of who I've known for quite some time.
And although the recognition acknowledges the great athletes you are on the field, I think it's just important for our community to understand what great humans you are. I see you gentlemen in the community. I see you volunteering whenever somebody asks, and you never hesitate to say yes. And that truly will be your greatest accomplishment. Giving to others. There is so much to be proud of, and I can't wait to see what you all are going to do in the future on and off the field. So, that being said, I have a proclamation here that I'm going to read. Whereas the Illinois High School Association Lacrosse State Championship game was held on June 19th, and whereas the York Community High School boys lacrosse team finished the year with a 20-2 overall season and reached the playoffs by achieving an 18-3 win over Downers Grove in section quarterfinals, 16-6 over Naperville North in section semifinals, 11-4 over Glenbard West for the sectional championship, 11-6 in super sectional game against Nequa Valley. And whereas, as the state semifinal game, the team lost to Lake Forest 6-9, but then defeated Wheaton Academy 7-6 in the state third place game. And whereas Ryder Maston, Charlie Torhea, Josh Temple earned all Western Suburban Conference first team honors, Connor Selfridge, Edwin Espinoza, Troy Walker, Boyd Puckett, Lance McCann, Chase McNeil, and Ryan Wolf were all Western Suburban Conference second team, and Everett Snyder and Drew Kircher earned all Western Suburban Conference honorable mention honors, and every senior on the team was named Western Suburban Conference All-Academic, and Charlie Torhea was also named Academic All-American. And whereas head coach Don Canfield was named Coach of the Year by the Illinois Boys Lacrosse Coaches Association, and whereas the accomplishments of this team bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to the team, their parents, coaches Don Canfield, Tom Coyne, and Jack Strom for their outstanding achievements during the 2021 season.
Wow.
It's like graduation all over again. Thanks, bud. All right, you're very welcome. Congrats.
Picture?
Some of them don't want to be.
All right, everybody. Here we go for the money shots. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So it's like a write-up test. You have to go around and start over here with Mrs. Arvanites. Here I am. I'll come around. How are you? I know.
Oh, but I saw it sitting on cabinet, and I was like, "Can I have a mint?" She was like, "Just so you know, there's a whole basket of them over there." I was like, "I got it, right?" Oh, yes, the mints. Yes, Coach. Yes.
Oh, it's awesome. You do you. Did I turn the mic off? Is it green or red?
It is green now.
Let them know that they can.
All right, good evening. Again, we are, obviously we don't, lacrosse team is typically not 4 people. It's 30, but a combination of football camp, travel lacrosse, vacation, and of rad work has sort of thinned us out. My name is Don Canfield. I have the honor to be the head boys lacrosse coach at York. I want to thank the Board of Education and Administration for their commitment to athletics, and I think that's very evident, especially in this past year. I also want to take the time to thank the York Athletic Department, Rob Wagner, who's in the back, Nicole Young, and Mary Wagner for their steadfast commitment to athletics, especially this past year. I also want to thank the parents and families for their incredible support of the team all season long. This was an unforgettable season, and I am incredibly proud of the coaching staff, the managers, and of course the players of this team. This was a great group to work with day in and day out, and each member of this team contributed in their own unique way. This was an incredible group of young men that I will know will go on to do amazing things in life, and I'm so honored to be a part of your journey. Thank you, and go Dukes.
Go Dukes. Go Dukes.
So, Coach, I just want to say thank you to you because I know coaching this year was not easy. And to not just coach a team, but to coach them to that level and their achievements both on the field and off is incredible. So thank you. We are all supportive of athletics. You know, having been a high school athlete myself, love it. So, and I see Mr. Wagner in the back, and I just want to say thank you because your department was able to pivot the moment sports were ready, you know, and you were ready to go and let our teams play. And I know that there were 2 seasons happening at the same time, and it seemed to happen seamlessly from our perspective. I'm sure it didn't from yours, but thank you to you and all the coaches and the support staff that really made all that happen, because that was a really important part for kids this year and the school community. So thank you. And thank you to all the parents that supported your kids and got them there. So thanks. It brings a lot of pride and just celebration to our community and our school. So thank you. Bye. Oh, you want to say? Yeah.
So I don't have anything written or prepared, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to the community. My name is Jack Strom. I'm the assistant coach this year. I helped with the offense, and I'm originally from Columbus, Ohio. I kind of moved here in the middle of the pandemic. Took the job in the spring, and the boys and the coaching staff and the families just immediately accepted me and made me feel welcome in the community. So moving here, not knowing anybody, to being welcomed and having a family was pretty special this year. So I just wanted to take the time and say thank you to everybody for a year I won't forget. So thank you guys.
We're good. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Skills USA. If those of you that are here for that want to come on up to the middle, we can have another celebration. This is fantastic.
Yes.
Another celebration and
the
something else our
speed up.
district does really well, and our
Yes.
staff and students are performing at levels that are just so honorable and respectful. I envy everything that you guys do, and we really are honored to read this proclamation tonight for your achievements in leadership and skill building. So, Skills USA is a partnership of students, teachers, and industry working together to ensure America has a skilled workforce and has a mission to help each student excel and empowers its members to become world-class workers, leaders, and responsible American citizens. The annual Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference was held June 22nd through the 24th of 2021 and is the world's largest showcase of skilled trades and has quality career and technical education as the centerpiece of the conference. Students must qualify for the state competition in order to compete at the national level and must have also placed first in the student's respective category in order to move forward. Alex Falk, can you step forward? There he is. York Industrial Technology student earned a national medal at the National Skills USA Conference and competition by placing third in the technical drafting CAD competition. These accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the faculty of the Industrial Technology Department, Joe Stolz, Alex Egan, and Ryan Buckle. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we'll bring parents forward to take a picture.
Okay, everybody, 1, 2, and 3, biggest smile. 1, 2, and 3, second biggest smile. And finally, 1, 2, and 3, your third biggest smile. Thank you so much.
So we're still gonna make you go around and, shake our hands so we can really each say congratulations. Good job. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and
Thank you.
great job.
Well, good evening. My name is Joe Scholes. I just wanted to take a couple minutes just to say thank you to our wonderful school board, our new superintendent. Thank you. You guys have supported us at York for so many years. This is my 13th year, ended my 13th year at York. I've been here a handful of times doing this. We seem to be coming back every year. And that is a true testament to the support that we have from everybody, from you guys, from our principals at York, and all of the support we get from community members and people in trade organizations that really want to see young men like Alex flourish and
Yeah.
do so well. They're so bright. It's unbelievable. They're actually kind of scary at home. Because us as teachers, we really do try and put together very robust and good curriculum for them. And you get students like Alex who just keep asking for more, or for harder things. You're like,
Right.
I'll get back 10 months. And we're like homing for something to challenge them. But I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for everything that you guys do for us. And we will be back.
You will be back.
Yes, thank you. It is notable that you're here almost every year. And I think that's really, that's really, and I'll tell you, I had a son that was in a tech class this year, and so a lot of it was remote, and I hadn't really experienced that. I'm telling you, it's amazing. I wanted to take the class, I wanted to come into the workshop and do the work. It was incredible. So you guys are doing an amazing job, and so thank you for that. So
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Okay.
That's great.
Now we move to public comment. There are 30 minutes allocated for public comments, with up to 3 minutes per public comment speaker concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. The board welcomes public comments and appreciates the time spent in presenting at the meeting. And even though in welcoming your comments, it's the board's practice to genuinely listen, but we do not provide a response or engage in discussion at this time. We ask that you be respectful and courteous as you present the content of your public comment. In order for the board to hear public comment and conduct the business of the board, the following process will be maintained. Please provide your name when you come to the podium. We have allotted 30 minutes for speakers. Comments should be from each individual speaker should be no more than 3 minutes, and to be respectful of others, and a timekeeper will let you know when you have about 30 seconds left. So the board secretary has the list, and we'll call the first speaker up.
David, I can't, Poli? Say again? Politz, sorry.
concluded that there was ample evidence for adverse effects of wearing such masks.
30 seconds.
We suggest that
Thank you. Next speaker.
Megan Horrigan. Megan. Sorry, Megan, if I butchered your last name.
Thanks. Okay. Hi, my name is Megan Howergan. I have 3 children that attended D205 last year, and my youngest will continue at Madison again this year. I'm here to advocate for mask optional. There is no state of emergency. We are in phase 5, yet we are still masking our young kids. Masks are harmful socially, emotionally, and full of bacteria. The CDC stated April 5th it is not aware of any randomized control trials that show masks or double masks or cloth-based coverings are effective against COVID-19. There is only experimental data that shows mask block particles. And Fauci himself wrote masks are not effective in keeping out a respiratory virus and only provide slight benefit to keep out droplets. Why are we continuing the mask theater for our young kids? And what happens if families decide not to vaccinate? Will they be required to wear a mask indefinitely? The CDC gave local authority for decision-making, stating masks should be worn indoors by all individuals aged 2 and up who are not fully vaccinated. Should be worn is different than required. Let this be the parent's choice. D205's mitigations should include cleaning, sanitizing, ventilation, and stay home when sick. No more masks, testing, or quarantines. There is a level of risk anytime you leave the house. Let the parents be the ones to decide their comfortable risk level as well as medical choices for their families with no discrimination. The social emotional learning that happens at this young age is critical. My youngest is in speech therapy. She has a wonderful speech pathologist, but how can it possibly be as effective with a mask on? They were masked all last year, and we know much more now than we did a year ago. Please stop the mentality of sick until proven healthy. Join Oswego and the many other Illinois schools voting mask optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just have the first name of Matt.
Yes, I'm Matt. I'm a student at York, and if something happens once, it's an anecdote. Twice, it's a coincidence. 3 times, a pattern. 4 times, it's pretty clear what's going on. So the question is, what is it when something happens 14 times, 30 times, or 100? That's an agenda. And in our classrooms, there is a clear and present political agenda. Time and time again, politically biased and explicitly political videos are shown in English class, and social studies where they are unrelated to the learning objective. This takes away from the learning objective and becomes a disruption to the learning environment. Both of these things take away from students' right to a quality education under the Illinois Constitution. Some may say both sides need to be shown. However, by showing both sides, that means more and more time is going to be spent discussing politics in the classroom. So the answer is to depoliticize York as much as possible. A vast majority of students and parents in Elmhurst and District 205 believe that politics, regardless of party, should be kept out of the classroom and be kept at home or private. My question to the school board is what action is going to be taken within their means to depoliticize the York curriculum for the 2021 school year. Students are entitled to a safe learning environment and a strong education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Mary Young.
I'm Mary Young. Sorry about my phone. I don't know what happened there. Bunch of things. First thing I just wanted to ask, I did want to ask the board if you would consider continuing the practice of being able to submit written comments before meetings. I just think, given our new world and our Zoom and our accessibility, it was really nice for people to be able to not have to be physically in the seat. A lot of people have commitments and jobs and still have an opinion and would like it heard. So it would be nice for them to be able to continue written comment. I'm here as a mom. I've got 2 kids, one entering York, one in York, one is a graduate of York. My husband and I are both graduates of York. A couple things I'm asking you to continue your best practices as recommended by the CDC and the Illinois State Board of Education and the Illinois State Board of Health to continue mask wearing for kids who are under 12 and unvaccinated, as well as anyone over 12 who's unvaccinated, to continue the quarantine practice for high school if unvaxxed and exposed. Specifically now that we have the Delta variant, it's much more contagious. And I am also the co-chair for SURGE, which is the Special Education Resource Group. My youngest who's entering New York, is in special education. These kids are at high risk. You say that you make the best decision for what's best for all students. Consider all of your students. There is a population of kids that would need to be in school. As most people asked to be in spring, to be in school, you had very few people who wanted to be remote. Why? Because they trusted you to do the right thing as you did in the spring. You did masks, you did distance, you did testing. They felt comfortable sending their kids to you. That's why they chose to come back. And if the rug is pulled out and they can't feel safe because you're not following the best practices as recommended by experts, like I said, I'm asking you to be examples for our students. I would like you to teach them that their community leaders are here to protect them and to use all their tools available to them. That you also to teach them how to care about the welfare of others, to think about the person who might be immunocompromised, to think about people outside of
30 seconds.
Their experience. And also, we are preparing people for careers. Please learn to respect, we want to teach them to respect science and healthcare workers. And for those that dedicate years of their lives studying these things, and the difference between a doctorate and a medical degree and researching articles on the internet. These people spend years doing that research. We need to respect that and respect their opinion versus someone who spends a few hours picking up some articles on the internet. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie Tamer.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you tonight. This is quickly on my phone because this was kind of last minute, but I appreciate the work you've all been doing in the last meeting of Wanting Normal for our kids. And Dr. Campbell, I'd like to warmly welcome you to District 205. I've heard wonderful things about you, and I'm truly looking forward to you moving the district forward. I'm here tonight a little bit differently. I'm here because of the urge of my daughter. I wanted to share with you what we've gone through over the past 6 to 7 months with her medically. My daughter started having some breathing issues back in January. We were told a number of things of what it could be. The symptoms were frequent and daily, and they included difficulty taking deep breaths, increased heart rate, lightheadedness, headaches, difficulty finishing homework, fatigue. She couldn't even go to her activities, and she was asleep many nights by 7:30. She has asthma, started with her doctors and just kept going from there, found ourselves on a path of referrals and so forth. She's had 3 function lung tests, x-ray scans, heart tests, multiple specialist appointments. Recently, Dr. Dave tonight apparently came up with that JAMA article and talked about that, about masks, and a few of her test results supported this article, specifically what masks do long-term to children about the carbon monoxide, and specifically children who have a history of asthma and the effects. Most of the complaints reported by children can be understood as consequences of elevated carbon dioxide levels in inhaled air, according to the article. I'm sure people can find articles to debunk it, but the point is that this is a real case of my daughter. She's a real person this has happened to. Some may be fine still masking their kids after this, and that's fine, that's their choice. I'm asking for the choice for my daughter. Benefit, cost, risk, you know, you guys have heard me say that before, is for an individual in this situation. Since the day my daughter got out of school in May, she's been doing nothing but improving. This all started when she started going back hybrid in January. She's finally much better, high energy, nailing her gymnastics routines again, and her coaches have been commenting of the improvement as well. She just cannot go back to school for 7 hours a day in mass. It will not be good for her health. I've been in continuous contact with her doctors about this as well, and the JAMA article apparently has been very eye-opening for medical providers and specialists that we work with. Turns out many kids have been going to specialists for pulmonary pediatric specialists with many of these symptoms. The data is evolving daily for providers, it sounds like, and she's not alone.
30 seconds.
I actually was not going to come here tonight. She and I were talking about this earlier, about in the fall, and I told her I haven't heard anything yet from the district, but there is a meeting tonight. This was a couple hours ago, and she asked me to do something. So I'm here tonight for my daughter and advocating for her. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. That's it? Okay. All right. Oh.
The microphone wasn't coming to the broadcast for mine until you turned it on for hers. Would it be permissible if we have time for me just to quickly reread the whole thing again so that people at home could hear what I said? Because it didn't go through. Okay.
Oh, it's not, okay.
I'm not changing anything. It'll be the same speech. It's green. Okay. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight and for giving me 3 minutes of your attention. My name is Dr. David Powitz. I'm an Elmhurst father, physician, and Elmhurst business owner. I have 3 children, and although none of them go to the public schools within D205, I felt it important enough for me to stop treating my patients early tonight so that I could be here to ask the board to please make mass optional for all students in the 2021-22 school year. As a healthcare provider, I provide care to my patients based on evidence-based practice, or EBP. This means that all care that I provide is evidence-based, science-based, and data-driven. Most of this data is written in peer-reviewed journal articles, meaning that studies were performed and then reviewed by peers before being published. One of the largest journals in the world is the Journal of the American Medical Association, or JAMA. I've included a printout for not only the board members, but also for fellow parents who may be interested in learning the facts about the risks of mask wearing to our children. I feel that knowing this data is incredibly important in order for us to put our children first. I know this is also important to the board as the presentation for the fall 2021 school reopening plan, which directly follows these comments tonight, states that the administrative team continues to prioritize the health and safety of our students and staff, with the ultimate goal of engaging all students in rigorous academic, social, and emotional in-person learning daily. This statement brings me back to the study, which was posted on June 30th, 2021 in JAMA Pediatrics. Again, this is research that was performed and then reviewed for accuracy by other practitioners in the pediatrics field. The study included children ranging from 6 to 17 years of age. Results showed that levels of carbon dioxide inhaled and masked range from approximately 13,000 to 14,000 parts per million. For those of you wondering, OSHA has set the permissible limit in the U.S. for CO2 at 5,000 parts per million. Yes, the studies show that children wearing masks were inhaling nearly 3 times the safe amount of CO2 as defined by OSHA. Even scarier, the levels of CO2 were highest in the masks of younger children. These values were reached after just 3 minutes of measurement. According to the study, children wear their masks for 270 minutes per day on average. Exposure to CO2 can produce a variety of health effects. These may include headaches, dizziness, restlessness, a tingling or pins and needles feeling, difficulty breathing, sweating, tiredness, increased heart rate, elevated blood pressure, coma, asphyxia, and convulsions. The study summarized by saying, a direct quote, "A recent review concluded that there was ample evidence for adverse effects of wearing such masks. We suggest that decision makers, and that would be you guys, weigh the hard evidence produced by these experimental measurements accordingly, which suggests that children should not be forced to wear masks. If data, science, and evidence make up the standard of care for myself as a provider, it should absolutely be the standard of care for this board when it comes to putting the health of our children first. Please trust the science and make masks optional for the 2021-22 school year." Thank you again for letting me speak with the microphone being out, and then welcome again, Dr. Campbell. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Were there any other public comments? Okay. Yeah, you can come on up and just say your first and last name, please.
Hi, my name is Lois Tasto, and I'm a citizen here in Elmhurst for many years. And I want to thank all of you board members. I know it's a big job and you put a lot of time into it, and we really appreciate all that you do. And why I'm here is because I'm really concerned about the comprehensive sex education, and I'm really hoping that you folks would not want to have this in our schools. I believe that should be taught in the home, and what's involved in what I've been reading about the comprehensive sex education isn't something that we want our little kids to see at this time of their lives. I just don't think it's really good for them. And the other thing is the critical race theory. I don't think that has a place either in our schools. So I know that our race has issues, that our country isn't perfect and we need to keep working on our race relationships, but I don't think that would be helpful at all. So that is my only comment, and I thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is the approval of board meeting minutes. Item A, approval of regular board minutes from June 15th, 2021. Were there any changes to those? Okay, then they stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes, June 15th, 2021. Those stand as presented. Okay, next we move into the reports and presentations part of the meeting. So the first is going to be a discussion presentation by Dr. Campbell about fall 2021 school opening, and then we'll discuss from there as we prepare to move forward for the new year. So Dr. Campbell, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Cafario, and to my board team. So one of the things that I want to begin with is echoing. Can you all hear me? Okay, is that better? A little closer? Okay, well, I can switch into the other octave and volume. It's the first meeting, so I was trying to ease into that a little bit, but let's go with it. So I've had the distinct privilege of engaging in multiple conversations and meet and greets across our community during the transition period. And I want to first start this presentation by reiterating a few key messages that were shared in those meet and greets. The next slide. I mentioned several times that our team was focusing on our fall 2021 plans, which first and foremost included 5 full days of instruction for all students in all of our schools. I also continue to echo the importance and the need of connection, communication, cultivation of positive relationships across our entire D205 school community, as well as, which we saw tonight, the importance of celebrating and demonstrating the strength and the pride in D205 students, staff, and schools. As we think about moving forward together and prepare for fall 2021, it is important to underscore the priority of the health and the safety of all of our students and staff, which has already been echoed tonight, as well as the priority of engaging students in in-person learning. To begin this work, first briefly highlight the work that is being done within our district in preparation for instruction. There is a strong emphasis and a focus on academic personalism and building and fostering relationships with our students from day one. There's also a focus on the redesigning of our school improvement plan to ensure that we achieve student-centered outcomes that are connected to key performance indicators. Those key performance indicators have been developed in conjunction with our Board of Education as well as our administration team. And then Also looking at the alignment of our resources in 3 critical specific areas, being social emotional learning, which you will continue to hear about, the priority given coming off of this past year of connection and building those skills for both adults as well as students and supporting them directly in that, as well as the work around our English language arts and math. It is important that we continue to align our data points and allow for progress monitoring, professional learning opportunities, and just a collective responsibility for achieving our shared goals as one unified school district. As I began to speak to the fall 2021 health planning process, I first want to reiterate that we are in agreement, as the board has stated, utilizing and using normalcy as the baseline as we continue to think about moving forward. With safely resuming pre-pandemic operations, we feel that this will allow us to prioritize high-quality in-person learning and engagement, the development of the positive social and emotional skills through in-person interactions with peers and staff, as well as the promotion of rigorous and collaborative learning experiences that we all know are critical to the learning process. Administrators, teachers, parents, and students have all agreed that in-person instruction is the optimal learning environment. And as we continue to engage in these discussions regarding fall plans and resuming pre-pandemic operations, we must continue to be guided by these principles: the value of in-person learning and engagement, the reinforcement of social and emotional skills, and learning experiences that continue to promote problem solving, critical thinking, as well as academic proficiency. In summary, we want our students in schools and classrooms engaged in these rich learning experiences, and not only to be there, but to remain there. As I outline very critical components to this conversation, I want to first reiterate that this plan and our conversation, we will continue to closely monitor local data, and we will pivot as well as continue to examine our practices in order to underscore our priority of maintaining a health and safety environment and keeping students in school. With that being said, many are aware that on Friday, July 9th, the Centers for Disease Control and the Illinois Department of Public Health issued guidance for COVID-19 prevention in kindergarten through 12 schools. The full guidance will be provided and has been provided for my board members in your documents, and it has been linked for your reference. I want to pause by saying our team has examined these key takeaways of the updated guidance and just would like to highlight the following items as we continue to engage in discussions regarding fall planning, which are as follows. Students benefit from in-person learning and safely returning to in-person instruction in the fall of 2021 remains a priority. Vaccination is currently the leading public health prevention strategy to end the COVID-19 pandemic. This guidance also stated, as we've already heard tonight, masks should be worn indoors by all individuals aged 2 and older who are not fully vaccinated. This guidance also included implementing layered prevention strategies, example, using multiple prevention strategies together consistently to continue to protect people who are not fully vaccinated, including our students, our teachers, our staff, and other members of their household. Students, teachers, and staff should stay home when they have signs of any infectious illness and be referred to their healthcare provider for follow-up. This guidance also underscored the localities should monitor community transmission, vaccination coverage, screening, testing, and occurrences of outbreaks to guide the decisions on any of the layered prevention strategies. Because of the importance of using our local data and local context, I want to highlight a few local health data points for my team today. As of July 7th, 2021, the DuPage County is in the top 2% in the nation in vaccination status, with over 80% of eligible residents having received at least one dose of vaccine and 64.4% fully vaccinated. 98% of DuPage residents 65 and older have received one dose, and 81% of residents 65 and older are fully vaccinated. As recommended, schools, communities should monitor community transmission of COVID-19, the vaccination coverage, screening, testing, and outbreaks to guide the level of layer prevention strategies being implemented. Because of our current data, which we do know can change, and want to reiterate that that data is not stagnant, we will continue to monitor the data in order to propose the ultimate guidance and layer prevention strategies that should be in place to continue to, again, prioritize the health and safety of our staff and students, and second of all, keeping our students engaged in in-person learning. With that being said, team, the layer prevention strategies that I want to mention today, first being that vaccinations should continue to be encouraged to all eligible students, faculty, and staff, as supported by the CDC, the IDPH, as well as the American Academy of Pediatrics. Vaccinations remain the single greatest tool we have to combat COVID-19, as mentioned, perhaps more so than all of the layered mitigation strategies combined. However, I do want to pause and punctuate this point. Yet, we understand that that is a personal decision and comes with many considerations that will and should be respected. In elementary buildings where presently no students are eligible for vaccinations, layered mitigation strategies, masking, social distancing, hand washing, ventilation are most strongly encouraged. In the topic of masking, fully vaccinated students, faculty, and staff can be mask optional both indoors and outdoors, with masks still being encouraged in crowded events where social distancing is not possible. Masks can be optional for all outdoor activities and recess, and masks are strongly encouraged for all who are not vaccinated or eligible, not yet eligible to be vaccinated. In terms of the layered mitigation regarding physical distance, the physical distance of at least 3 feet will be maintained to the greatest extent possible. However, physical distancing will not prevent students from realizing the benefits of in-person instruction or be disruptive to the collaborative learning environment. As it relates to contact tracing and quarantines, our goal is to significantly reduce the number of quarantines to keep healthy students in school. Families will be notified if their child was in a shared space with a COVID positive person. Quarantine practices will likely be eliminated for vaccinated students and staff, and students who elect to wear a mask and remain asymptomatic also will not likely be required to quarantine unless they develop symptoms. If a student exhibits symptoms during the school day, we feel as a team that there should be options available to families. Those options could include one, with the parent consent to provide a rapid COVID test by health staff at each building. Once we receive the results, we will notify the parents and guardians and take appropriate actions. Either send the student back to class, given the outcome of the results, or parent or guardian would come to the school to pick them up. Or the parent and the guardian has the choice to come to the school and take the child to their own personal health care provider for a COVID test on their own, and then at that time communicate the outcome to the schools. Our planning at this point includes elimination of a saliva screener or wide-scale testing program in our schools, while remaining in a period of low transmission. Additional layered preventions will still include continued enhanced school-wide cleaning protocols, practice and reinforcement of hygiene and respiratory etiquette. When possible, ventilation will be optimized, maximizing all indoor spaces. If windows are present and are able to be opened during fair weather, they will be. There are many additional details that will be provided within the coming days. As I stated, this guidance and updates from the CDC, IDPH, as well as ISB just was released on Friday. Therefore, I am asking for the board to consider continuing to allow our administrative team time to understand the information, as well as engage with our leaders and teachers in conversations to understand how our plan moving forward can be implemented and operationalized. Also, I want to reiterate that we will continue to closely monitor our schools' community local data to adjust these areas of layered mitigations that will still allow us to prioritize the health and the safety of our students, staff, as well as protect in-person learning. I want to end by saying this spring, our parents and teachers, staff, leaders, as well as the Board of Education rallied together to significantly minimize the impact of COVID-19 on our students, schools, and community, and reopen schools for all students every day. And I want to pause and say thank you for the collaborative and concerted effort that was given to make that happen. Moving forward, we will continue to take collective responsibility to ensure the safety and the wellness of our entire community. The pandemic has emphasized the importance of community and working together to protect our most vulnerable populations while still being mindful of the impact our decisions may have on the wider community. As needed, we will evaluate mitigations and procedures based on relevant and available data. The district and the school community, we are currently in the healthiest spot we have been since the beginning of the pandemic. However, changes to the health landscape may require pivoting and updating those practices to ensure the health of our school environment. Finally, I will continue, and as a Board of Education, as well as our administrative collective team, continue to echo the necessity of fostering a climate of respect and acceptance for all community members, regardless of vaccination status or views on masking. We will move forward together in service of our students and all D205 families. Our next steps will be to continue to engage in conversations with our administration teams and our teachers, as well as continue to engage in meetings and conversations with our local health entities and organizations as we continue to digest and understand how guidance can how the guidance is interpreted based on our local context and our data. I also want to just give a highlight that we will move to launching the launch of the Moving Forward Together microsite. That will be the place and the hub where this communication regarding our plans and updates will be housed. We are also looking forward to launching a specific email that will allow families to weigh in with questions and reflections as it pertains to the plan once it is formally presented to the board and the board has voted on that. Thank you to my administrative team and cabinet for the work that has gone into understanding and to thinking through the information that we have been receiving. And at that time, that concludes what I would like to present regarding fall 2021.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Campbell, because, I mean, Friday afternoon, everything came out, so I know that the team had to work to develop what you just presented, so thank you for that. I think I'm going to just open it up to different, I'm sure there are some questions. I think I have a couple, but I'm going to let somebody else go first. Go, Karen.
So I'm going to start high level. So the guidance from the state came out Friday. Yeoman's effort to present this for tonight's meeting. You provided some clarification about the direction that we're headed in. I think the community is looking for clarity on what their expectations are, and I think that as we said last meeting, we've said for a while, the sooner the better. So I'm hoping that we're going to meet sooner. You need time, but still at the end of the day, I know you're balancing the sooner we can get to the community, the more clarity, the better. So we potentially will have a meeting shortly soon before the August 13th meeting, and we can provide clarity both at a board meeting and in communication, written communications to the community. Can I ask that bigger question first?
Yeah, and I don't know if you want to, I think that we definitely, I think we will need a special meeting probably in a couple weeks. I think that they need time to operationalize and put details, so that instead of getting a ton of questions, hopefully you can have the full operational details behind how we move forward, and the board can look at it and vote, and then everybody will be ready to start the year. So if you want to add anything.
Yes, we definitely appreciate a couple of more weeks. This conversation, and as mentioned, and it's already been identified, the information was provided on Friday, and so we have worked, and I appreciate my team for working through that and to at least provide information to you as the Board of Education, as well as our community members, to know the direction in which we are headed. That was important to us to provide that communication. But yes, there will be additional details that are needed and necessary in order to be included in a plan in which I can present to you to recommend for an official vote.
Because it's hard to believe next month we're back at school.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Kaczynski.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Campbell and the team for putting this together on a short turnaround. I know, similar to what we've been going through over the last 18 months, the situation is fluid, and this was a nice gift in that regard as well. But I do think that it's important to highlight that, that's a lot of additional clarity just provided there by Dr. Campbell. So, a couple of common themes that I've been getting asked by the community that I thought I would just punctuate. Would local data have a big impact on our decision? So I think Dr. Campbell addressed that. Would there be an element of personal choice involved with vaccination requirements, with masking, with testing? So I think each of those was addressed, and I do think it's justified based on the local data, which is quite compelling. That we move into, in my view, a phase of enhanced personal choice here, and that is present in the details just presented with regards to the mask policy, with regards to choice to get vaccinated, and with regards to testing, which would be available to folks as a convenience, but only if that's something that they would like to exercise and not required. I would like to partner with you all to go a little bit deeper into the quarantine information, just to make sure we're achieving the goal of not quarantining healthy kids regardless of their vaccination status. So I think as we move forward towards finalizing the plan, that's a point for us to discuss further and engage on further together. But I think a good step forward. So thank you for the update.
Mrs. Troutman.
I will echo Mrs. Stufen and Mr. Kaczynski's thanks to your team, because I know it was I'm sure a busy weekend, unplanned busy weekend of trying to put this plan together. I do think it's a great large step forward about the choice in masking and testing. I do think there's quite a bit of work to be done on the issue of quarantining. I struggle, and this is where I'm struggling the most. I think you said quarantining practices will likely be eliminated for vaccinated students and staff. And I think the CDC has said you don't have to quarantine if you're vaccinated or have had COVID in the last 90 days. So I'd like to see that language cleared up in our plan. I'm also concerned about, our unvaccinated students. I know we're saying that masks are strongly encouraged, but an unmasked student who is not vaccinated will be quarantined, is my understanding, is where we're heading here based on the CDC recommendations. And that, to me, when we talk about keeping healthy kids in the classroom for in-person learning, which we all agree is our priority, that's not going to be accomplished. I mean, our numbers last year, we close contact quarantine over 5,200 times. And of those times, there were 13 positive cases. That's a lot of healthy kids not in-person learning. And I just don't think we can't be supportive of that kind of plan moving forward. We can, the percentage is something ridiculous, like I think 0.2%.
Less, yeah.
And we can't accomplish our mutual goal of prioritizing in-person learning if we are quarantining like that. So I feel like of all the things you said, that's where I feel like we really need to spend time weeding out how we accomplish something much more successful than we were in the spring. And I am confident we can do that. I think the community should know that this is a discussion about all of these topics, so that you can bring a logistical plan back to us in 2 weeks, whenever the next board meeting is, so that we can vote on it. So I think this is a good, healthy discussion, so you and your team know what we want to support. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So thank you again for being able to put something together, even if it's at a higher level, to give the basic language to our community so they understand the direction we're heading. And I know there's going to be a lot more information coming out soon. So I appreciate that. And I agree about the quarantines, just to be able to use creative solutions in our classrooms to keep kids in school as much as possible. And I know you and your team are going to be working through all those pieces. One thing that stands out with the guidance that came out on Friday that I was happy about was that it's just so much more consistent. I feel like it's more consistent with what we have been seeing in this community and others over the past few months, and how we've been operating on a daily basis with how our kids have been operating, and we as families have been. It just seems to make more sense that it's consistent with the guidance that has been put in place for other areas, restaurants, malls, other places that you're going. So that makes me happy, and the flexibility that it gives us to use our local data to make these decisions is extremely important. So I just wanted to highlight those couple of things, and look forward to hearing more details about the pieces of the plan.
I do want to take a minute to just kind of summarize a little bit too, just because it's a lot of information. Thank you for the presentation. And again, we're moving at a fast pace. I echo a lot of what has been said. Overall, very pleased and happy, I should say thrilled with not just the guidance that came out on the 8th, which allotted schools, districts, boards, administration, more flexibility in decision-making, but also allotted our families an opportunity to make decisions that are best for them and their children too. So thank you for keeping students in school, in-person learning a priority, and the health and safety of our students and staff based on what we know. And what we know is what the CDC has told us. And even locally, we have extremely high vaccination rates in our county. Our staff has a high vaccination rate. Our students are there too. And given current circumstances and data, we're in a great place to open school as close to normal as we can. So thankful to you and your team for putting that part together. I think more specificity around those layered preventions, those layered mitigations, what I'm hearing, and I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this correctly, is that we are taking on the CDC guidance, which is masks are encouraged in our buildings throughout the district, that our ventilation systems, the modifications we've potentially made over the course of the last 16 months, that those practices will remain in place, that high frequency cleaning will continue in our schools. And the last one is, especially in our K through 5s, the hand hygiene reminders for let's wash our hands before we move on to our next activity or lunch, for example. So really happy for our kids to be able to hopefully go back into their classrooms and have a sense of normalcy. And understanding that we have to closely monitor the data. We will know when we need to pivot. Yeah. If numbers start to increase, we need flexibility and understanding from our community. Yeah. And I really love the point, Keisha, that you made about this respectful acceptance of all. And I can't stress the importance of that. Just hearing personal stories from community members about what their children or what children are experiencing from whether it's peer pressure, unintended communications, communicating unintended messages to each other. We need to do better as adults to help our kids understand that we're living in a really challenging time for adults, let alone our students and children. And so we have to be the role models, and we have to be the ones who are helping kids learn true civil discourse, but also acceptance for all. And so I'm happy to see that as a part of your plan also. Finally, I'll just kind of echo the idea or this, what I think the community will want to better understand moving forward, knowing that those are the mitigations that we have right now planned, this kind of high level, big picture. More specific process outlined so families know what to expect when close contact and quarantine happen, right? Is it 3 feet or is it 6 feet? There are different, people don't know. Mm-hmm. And so we need to be clear about those things. And once it happens, if a close contact quarantine takes place, when will student staff and be quarantined? But more importantly for me, what type of educational environment should parents and students expect if they are quarantined? And I ask that question because our staff will have to, obviously, they're managing student success and achievement in the classroom and their learning growth. So some specific information about what we can expect about the students' learning environment if they are at home. I echo what Courtney's saying about over quarantining last year. We know we over quarantined, that we quarantined healthy kids, that we took really precious minutes away from the classroom and in-person learning from students. Of course, we were in a moment where we had to, but we also are in a place where we've learned a lot more and are feeling confident moving forward. So just hearing a little bit about how we plan to reduce, not just by, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to quarantine, but even unvaccinated. What's the specificity around what is our goal? How are we going to try to reduce that number so that we're not over quarantining healthy kids? And I'm not sure if that requires a conversation with IDPH or DuPage County Health, but I'm sure your team is in contact with them too quite often and will be in the coming days. So for me, I think that's all I'm at right now. I do appreciate the addition of the website too. I think that'll be a nice landing space for our community to become familiar with, to get the most recent updates, but even as we roll out the school plan, that's the one-stop shop to get all their information. So thank you to your team, to the work of your team in the district, but also the board. We've spent countless hours and days reading and understanding and listening. And so it feels like we're in a really great place right now. So thank you.
So I just want to add, I'm in full agreement with everything that's been said. I think there's a couple pieces that I'm expecting you'll revisit that I just want to highlight. That the remote learning was expanded a bit by ISBE, and so I'm expecting that'll be a part of what you come back to us and what that looks like, with the understanding that the hybrid model is not where we want to go. I think I don't think anyone wants to go there. And then, just the microsite, I think that one of our challenges last year was having the entire district and community kind of on the same page, and so that there was continuity across each school. So whether your child was at Field or Edison or, Hawthorne, there was a similar experience regarding the COVID piece for them. And I think that that's important for just working together as a community, because there's a common understanding in the work, and also for your team that there's a common understanding. So I like that the website, the microsite, can be part of that. And then just finally, Athena touched on it a bit, but I think your final point in some ways is the most important to this, that the guidance gave options, but the only way it really works in a community is if we respect each other's choices. And so I think that is going to be the piece that, our kids need to be able to be kids and learn and not feel uncomfortable if they're wearing a mask because that's what they want, or their family wants, or that's what they need, or vaccinate, whatever those things are. I think that is very, very important. And as adults, I think it's our responsibility, collective responsibility, to set an example. And I hope that, we know that starts right here and moves down. And I just want to thank you for leading on that and making that as important as all the other things that you talked about in the presentation. So with that, I think in a couple weeks we'll be back here to see the work your team's done and take a vote. Karen, one more thing?
I have one last question, whether we can answer it or not. I know we have a small percentage of the families of the students are not coming back, and they've told us already. Is that true, or do we know those numbers, or am I asking too soon?
There's 20 that opted, right? 17 or 20?
Well, I think she's asking something different.
No, that's it, yeah.
Are you asking which ones are remote or which ones are not coming back to the district?
Oh, I'm sorry. The ones that are staying in District 205, but don't feel comfortable coming to the schools.
Okay, so yeah, it was 20 last, right?
So we're still, where are we?
Yeah, I think the last time that I heard there was 13, but there since were a few more that had come in. So I want to make sure that I give that accurate data, but the last time that had received confirmation, we were at 13.
Okay. I was just trying to get a sense of
Yeah.
where we are with that. Okay.
Yeah, but
To know,
Yeah.
so we all know, what we're working with.
Right.
And
So-
who the all is.
And I think to Karen's point, it's a great point. I think that in 2 weeks, and I know this would probably be a headache for logistics, but when we do give the community the plan, maybe we do need to give families the opportunity to reassess based on what the reality in schools is going to be. So if a family's not comfortable with masks are only encouraged and not required, and they might want to choose remote, we might, and I don't know if that's feasible. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Because, it's right. It's because of the medical condition.
Exactly.
Exactly. Taking it back.
It's okay. Right. So
Yeah, I remember.
It's the first. It's the first board meeting, so I don't want to call you out on that. But no, it is understood that the expectation is in-person instruction unless there is a medical reason that can be documented, provided appropriate documentation to support and to really clarify why they would have to be exempt from engaging in in-person instruction. So this is, unlike last year, remote learning is not an option, just as an instructional environment that you can just opt in and choose, that it has to be substantiated by a medical health reason with appropriate documentation.
All right. Okay, great. Okay, we will move on then to item B, tentative budget for the fiscal year 2022. So I will turn that over to Dr. Campbell and Mr. Welch.
Yes. So tonight is the first official step in the budgeting process. The tentative budget will be presented tonight. Then later the board will be asked to approve it during the consent agenda. After the board adopts the tentative budget for the 2021-2022 school year, the administration will place the budget on file for public display for a period of not less than 30 days prior to September 21st, 2021. The administration will publish a notice of public hearing on the 2021-2022 budget to be held on September 21st, 2021 at 7 p.m. At this time, I will turn it over to my team member, Mr. Welton, that will walk us through the overview of the tentative budget.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. As you know, I like to focus on the operating funds when we talk about the budget. I break it down into the operating funds and the non-operating funds. And the non-operating funds are the debt service funds, which pay. We have property taxes that we have passed referendums in the past that we pay off the bonds. We receive property taxes and we pay off those bonds for those projects. And then the capital projects fund, that's where the bond money goes in. And currently, we passed the referendum for $168.5 million in November of 2018, and we've issued over $144 million of the 168.5 in bonds, where we did $60 million in August of 2019, $39.055 million in November of 2020, and then recently, April of 21, we did an additional $45 million. So the capital projects fund has that money in fund balance, and so as we do those construction projects, you will see there are expenditures. So the expenditures in total are going to exceed the revenues because of the construction projects and the referendum and the bonds that have already been issued. So that's the non-operating funds. As far as the operating funds, in our budget, we have $141,384,300 in revenues, and $141,178,776 in expenditures. So the operating funds are running at a balanced budget with a slight surplus for the 2021-22 fiscal year of $205,524, which we begin the year with operating fund balance of $61,415,935, and with the budgeted surplus of the $205,524, that leaves an ending fund balance of $61,621,459, or 43.65% of expenditures. And as you know, our largest revenue source in operating funds is property taxes. We are budgeting $118,971,700, or which is 84.15% of our operating revenues. So that with a revenue source of that magnitude, you know, the timing of property taxes, the collection from the county is critical, and the May and June collections this year were 49.17%. That was the lowest since 2014. The county changed the payment cycle a little bit in May and June, and I think the collections ended up being slightly less than they've been in the past, and so that results in more revenue, property tax revenues in the budget this year. So that definitely was a help to the operating revenue budget this year, and so that led to the balanced budget this year. Interest rates are extremely low, as you know. We're earning very little on the money in the bank. It has, you know, really decreased as a revenue source for the district. State funding this past year was much better than expected. For next year, we've budgeted evidence-based funding to be flat. The quarterly categorical payments, in past years, we've budgeted 3 quarters. Last year, we actually received 4 quarters. We received the June quarter and then the first 3 quarters. So we did get 4. We've budgeted 4 in 2022, and just July 6th, we received the June quarterly categorical payment. Last year, that June categorical payment came in October. So the state paid their quarterly payment 90 days earlier already in fiscal year 22 than they did last year. So that is a good sign from the state funding perspective. We have an increase in federal funding. We are budgeting ESSER 2 funds, $956,000, and that's for the COVID expenditures that we incurred in fiscal year 21. So we're going to collect that ESSER 2 federal funding in this budget. Also, we're expecting an increase in federal reimbursement for the school meal program and the lunch program. So that is another increase on the federal funding. As I have mentioned before, that staffing is the most important part of the budget. In District 205, salaries and benefits in this budget are $105,768,170, which is 74.92% of operating expenditures. So I want to, I'm going to call up the staffing numbers. So in this, it might be hard to see on the screen, but last year we had reduced the cafeteria or food service program since we weren't operating our cafeterias in the same manner as we had in the past. So we had reduced staff last year, and this year we are hiring them all back. So you can see the additional staff. We've added back 26.7 food service staff members. Overall, we are up 29.8 FTE, or full-time equivalent staff in the budget. 26.7 are the food service that we're hiring back. We've also adding 5.5 educational assistants. Those are required under IEP meetings. And then we've added a 0.5 secretarial staff. That is a position at Fisher for, we have additional students, additional enrollment at Fisher, and there's a lot of student registration, residency, a lot of documents happening, work in that office where we felt we needed an extra 0.5 secretarial staff. We've put in this budget an additional 3.0 technology staff for support in technology. Back in April, we saw a presentation about adding technology staff. This is not nearly the amount that was in that presentation, but with the number of devices that we have increased going home every day from just a few years ago where we were only had the devices going home at the high school. Now we have devices, we've got a lot, we're 1-to-1 all the way up going home, that we've decided to put in the budget 3 technology staff. Now, the new technology director is still, or will be getting an understanding of the entire operation, and will be deciding, as he gets more comfortable. We wanted to put these 3 additional staff in the budget as a placeholder, and then just as a placeholder for support technology staff, and we will let the new tech director get and figure out where or how to best utilize the 3 additional staff that are in the budget, and it could change between now and the final budget, which will be in September. So, but we wanted to start by putting that in as a placeholder. We are down 5.9 certified staff. This is primarily at the elementary level. We've had some retirements, and we also have the Lincoln students attending Edison, Hawthorne, and Bryan, which allowed for some of this reduction at the elementary level. The middle school increased by 3.65, including additional 1.8 special ed and 0.5 ELL. York reduced by 2.35 FTE, or certified staff. Our benefits remain flat, which is really good news. When we have turnover and the small, it's mainly attributed, the small increase, because a lot of the retirements and employees that leave are in the higher cost PPO 1 plan, and then the new employees, new hires the PPO 1 plan is closed to new hires, so it's the more cost-effective health insurance plan is where the new hires come in at, so that helps. Another interesting part of the budget is that the fiscal year 21, we had a lot less transportation costs. Due to the remote instruction, we had no field trips, less extracurricular, so transportation fund had a lot less expenditures, 1.8 million less than budget last year in the transportation fund. So you would see that the transportation fund balance grew significantly last year with that, with those expenditures going down. And then this year we also have we have more transportation costs where we're busing the Lincoln students. Along with the dual language program continues to grow, requiring more busing. So the transportation fund had a surplus last year with the reduction in expenditures. But this year we have the increase in expenditures, but we also have less state funding because the reimbursement from the state is on a 1-year lag. So in fiscal year 22, we're going to be being reimbursed for the transportation costs from last year, which were lower. So, so that's why you will see that the transportation fund is budgeted at a deficit for the 22 year. But the balance from last year obviously would cover that. So that's really what I wanted to cover tonight on the tentative budget. As Dr. Campbell said, we will put the budget on display before the public hearing, and as we get more accurate information between the tentative and final budget, we will be making adjustments and fine-tuning the budget before that September public hearing and budget that we bring to the September 21st board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I had a question.
Chris? I knew you would have a question, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, no. So Chris, you mentioned that there was a timing nuance with collection of tax payments. Do you know, so what was the impact of that?
Well, we received in May and June this year, the combination of May and June, we received $63 million, which is 49.1% of the extension. Compared with last year, we received $64.27 million, or almost 51%. So it's about a 2% swing from last year to this year. So that could be more than $1 million swing on that.
Okay. So would you mind going back instead of the FTEs here on the
Sure.
The actual budget? So the timing nuance is not going to move. So we're essentially running a balanced budget, not this page there.
Yes,
I think.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So this shows basically a balanced budget from an operating perspective, and the timing nuance is not going to affect that by more than $1 million or $2 million.
Right.
Okay, got it. All right. So I appreciate that. I think balanced budgeting is very important. So thank you for at least using that as a starting point. And then you said it in your comments, but I just want to highlight for any community members who are looking on the right-hand side of the page there that the negative $39 million and the negative $41.5 million, that's just the construction funding working its way through the financial statements, and that's not, we're not running a deficit there. That's, we raised financing for that capital outlay, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to folks that were listening. Otherwise, I look forward to digging into the budget more as we go through the process. So thank you.
I just wanted to ask, so can you go back to the staffing? Sure. So you said we were down 5.9 certified. Is that correct?
Yes, I just put the detail
Okay.
of the certified change there, the 5.9, and by level and area.
Okay, so that, and just to kind of clarify, that's primarily because next year we have Lincoln and Edison students together? Is that part of it, or
That's part of it, where with like a librarian and a coach position, those positions are down because there's not a need for them with Lincoln being closed this year. So that had it's enrollment and combination of enrollment and the combination of Lincoln with Edison, Hawthorne, or Bryant.
Okay. So just sort of thinking ahead that, you said there's a small surplus, but understanding that when we open all our buildings, we would have more staffing needs. Is that correct? Or is that, just so that we're not thinking we have more than we do during these 2 years that are a little, while we have Field and Lincoln, combined with another school?
I would agree that we would have to bring those positions back when the new Lincoln and the new Field are built.
Okay. I just wanted to, think that through as, we're in this time and, our enrollment may go up as well as, as when we're done with these 2 years of combining schools, that staffing number goes up and that's our major expenditure. So, okay, that was my question. Karen, did you have a question?
Yeah, along the same lines with the staffing piece. I recognize that on your budget, it says an FTE of 29.80, which seems high, but I wanted to clarify what you said is, of that 29.80, 25.70 is bringing the cafeteria folks back from pandemic. So what that really leaves is, if I remember my math here, when I was looking at it earlier, is like 4.1 additional headcount, which I wanted to commend you because over these last 5 years, we've added more FTE than a percentage of our enrollment. And so we've challenged you as an organization to look at that and really hone in on how do we do that more effectively, because we can't afford to continue that trajectory. It's unaffordable. So I saw that in here, and to Kara's point, or a little nuance to it is, I know that we'll have more staff at some of the buildings this year. Doesn't mean they're going to keep that staff, because the enrollment would be down and they're moving into other schools. So I just really want to keep it on the forefront that we need to be careful of the last at least 5 years that we have been adding FTE at way too high of a percentage based on the lower enrollments that we've had. So that has been our challenge, or the challenge to you all in the past, and I think that that's a good thing to keep in mind. The other piece is, I know that you and I spoke a little bit this afternoon, is, budgeting and levying, they're two different points of the year, but I also want us to continue to balance the budgeting and the levy do play a part. And the budget dictates how much we levy, and I want us to be conscious of if we could have like a principle out there of, if we can get back, we've got a fund balance. Yes, we need to use it for certain things, but we can also give it back to the community, and we do that through our budgeting. So there's a give and take and an interplay between those two. And I'm just going to kind of always put it out there now, because it makes us more fiscally responsible, and all of us learning the fiscal fiduciary responsibility that we all have, that it doesn't continue to do this because the incomes weren't community members. So we need to be sensitive to that.
Thanks.
So, thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kara. I have a couple thoughts or comments and maybe a suggestion or two, but thanks for putting this together, Chris. I know it takes a lot of staring at spreadsheets and thinking critically about how we move forward and where we're allocating resources to best meet our students' needs. I think one thing that's happening in education everywhere, not just here, is the increased cost in student services that school districts are taking on. And we want to be able to give our students what they need to be successful in the classroom moving forward. And knowing that we have, I hate to call them this, but kind of like revenue constraints, right? We can anticipate, we know what we're getting from property tax and what we're getting from state and small federal and maybe some other offline or other revenue sources. But I think I'm suggesting that
it would be helpful if, although just like here we have a tentative budget and the actual comes in a little bit, right? If we can look forward 2 or 3 years also and project, that will help us with a few things. One is the change in the educational environment, what public schools are offering, and what we as a community want to offer our students here in Elmhurst, and finding a pathway to get us there, and being able to foresee where those financial challenges might come up in the next 2 to 3 years. And we know that they're not actual numbers, but we can forecast in a way. So I'd love to see that incorporated in this annual presentation, or at some point, if it's not already, throughout the 12 months of the 10-month school year. The other is I'm going back to estimation, understanding our demographics of our community and where we're going, as far as having someone analyze our community, who's moving in, who's moving out, and giving us some guidance on enrollment trends is going to be key to living through some of these financial challenges that are going to come up. And I understand that right now we're on the back half of a very large capital project, but those capital projects will continue to rise. We have a lot of buildings, and Elmhurst is a quaint town that's been around for a while, has a lot of facility needs. We want to be able to support those things. We want to support the changing learning environment for students and what they need to be successful in school. And all these things cost money. So the more we can forecast, the more we can estimate, at least it's a picture so that we can make decisions based on a little bit more data, especially those enrollment trends. It just might help inform us in a way that gives us a little more confidence and is more forward thinking.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Welton. All right. Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else? Okay. Next is the facilities update.
Facilities update. So it's been one busy and exciting summer with a lot of great work that has taken place across our district because of the referendum and the projects associated with that. Last month, we focused on 3 specific projects. And so this evening, I've asked Mr. Schmidt to come and provide a brief overview and an update on those on the progress of those projects, with attention to completion dates.
Thank you. This presentation you're seeing tonight is a little bit different than what was put in the board packet. Reason for that is Tuesday mornings at 10:30 to 12:30 is when we have our big construction meeting with 4 or 5 individuals from White, the whole crew from ICI, and anybody else. So this is information that we have based on these dates as of this morning. As we go through the project with these referendum projects that we have up there, with Edison School, we started Edison School last year where we put the 21,000 square foot addition on there and doing some additional interior renovations so we can able to move the Lincoln students, most of the Lincoln students, into Edison this fall. Right now, we're ahead of our target date for completion. We'll be doing, at the end of this month, we'll be doing the Regional Office of Education walkthrough for occupancy, and we're just working on some punch list items right now. The building is, as you'll see later in the presentation, looks wonderful right now. So that project, a lot of that project too has been the staff and the principal accommodating, giving us classrooms so we can get in there throughout the years and really working with us to get this building actually finished ahead of schedule right now too. So with Lincoln Elementary School, or the former Lincoln Elementary School, demolition is going to be finishing up here in the next couple days. They've already started digging, and for the foundation work out there, we're looking at potentially pouring some concrete for the foundations later this week. So right now, we're on schedule. It's too early to tell if we're off of schedule. Once we get to the winter conditions and get the building, enclosed, that's where we figure that's when we're going to have a good judge of where we're at with our schedule. But we're good right now. Transition Center, the former Abbey that we purchased from there, we initially had a completion date of 8/18. That was a little aggressive on our part. We threw it out there. We kind of really figured it was going to be the end of August. But as we come right now with some of the site conditions we have out there, and with adding the sprinkler system into the project, we have some problems tapping into the city water main. We're looking at that's going to be about, we're at $125,000 extra as we look at this, mostly because we have to tear up St. Charles Street to access the water main, which is on the south side of St. Charles Street. So that's running into some complications for us. And then some of the existing conditions of the building, we determined, once we started doing some of the demolition and other things, that we're getting some water into the building through the walls and the roofing. And then part of that building was in two sections. The older section, the south side, the concrete slab is actually sinking a little bit, so we have to raise that up a little bit. We're ready for drywall. We didn't want to put drywall in there until we got some of these issues with the water taken care of. We're going to start doing drywall on the north half of the building this week. So we're looking at 9/13 to have that building ready to go. We do have the lease with our current space through the 18th. And we're going to try to bump that up, and we'll have to work with those individuals of getting them moved over there and up and running so we're ready to go when that lease expires on the current facility and move over to the new facility. Emerson Elementary School, that was the media center, renovations, corridor renovations, mechanical renovations, lighting. We're right on schedule on that one. We walked that building today. They're starting to do the corridor flooring in there right now. It's looking really good, and we'll be right on schedule for that one too.
Can I ask a question before you go to
Yes.
the next one? So that $125,000 extra for the recently found issue for the water main, is that going to put you over budget
On that project,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Because we still have some other allowances out there, but with just the substantial size of that one, that will put us over there. All these other projects, thank you for bringing that up. All these other projects, based when we presented on June 15th to the board with the anticipated costs, everything other than Transition Center is tracking exactly where we anticipated right now from last month. The only thing would be the Transition Center, yes.
And from last month, it was the mid-mark that you used?
Yes,
Okay.
June 15th. The stadium track, with that track out there, we initially looked at August 17th. We were trying to get August 8th, but now actuality with where everything's at right now will be August 16th out there. And some of the reasons delay on that is the underground site utility work. Out there, we found a pipe that was collapsed, so we had to redo that pipe for the drainage out there. There was another area that was supposed to be a pipe where there wasn't a pipe, so we had to add a pipe in there for proper drainage. And we also added some additional things out there that the building had requested for electrical connections and things like that for the different types of track meets. The asphalt is laid out there. That was on 7/8. The clock ticks for 2 weeks for it to cure, and then we're going to start. It'll take 3 weeks from start of laying down the rubber and striping for it to be completed. With schools sports practicing starting on the 9th, we're working with our vendor to see if we can carve out a little walk path in there, so at least they can go walk past the track and into the field so they can do the practices. So we had those conversations this morning. The mechanical room at York for the air handling units and the boilers and everything in there. Original completion date was 7/30. Right now we're at 8/6. We're at 8/6 right now because of the district. When we're doing all this work in that pool area, we drained the pool. We knew we had a leak underneath the cross platform. So we went in there, drained the pool, fixed that leak, found a couple other ones, and then while we're at it, we replaced the bottom drain valves. And then we checked all the pipes in there and actually found another leak in there when we did a pressure test. So we had to dig down about 10 feet on the diving, right by the diving boards, by the platforms. It was about a 6x6 area. We dug down 10 foot and fixed those pipes in there. So And part of that is to start the boiler up, you got to have a load, so you have to have the pool full. And then to start the dehumidification system in there, you have to have the pool and the boiler running to get it warm enough in there to test it on a full load. So we're looking to start, finish those repairs and start filling the pool probably Wednesday or Thursday of next week. That'll take almost all weekend. And then on the 28th, we're going to fire up the boilers. So the last few weeks is just firing everything up, doing the test and balancing and make sure everything's going. But that project is actually right on schedule according to the initial completion, just delayed because we had to do repair works out there.
So Todd, when you say it's on the district, it just meant that you uncovered additional problems
Yes.
during the process, not that any fault of yours.
Right, yeah, we would already have had the pool
Right.
full.
Okay.
We actually want to do some additional grout, work on the tile and the grouting, but we're going to push that off because we got to get the pool open, so yeah. Stormwater detention, that's the big one right here in front of York. Part of this is we're behind schedule, the city's behind schedule. Our work cannot start until the city is done with their work. And part of that is the city had a contractor for a type of system for the underground storage detention that contractor could not provide them the components to fulfill the contract. So the city had to cancel that contract with them, and as a result went to another contractor, which is Storm Trap, which has done other work in the city of Elmhurst, which is Storm Trap is the system that we use for everything that we've been designing for Lincoln and Edison and things like that. So as they switched cancel that contract, switch to another one, that vendor has to start ramping up its production. And it's taken some time. They're doing everything they can to meet that. The city is actually meeting with the regional vice president tomorrow to see if they can keep expediting the manufacturing of the Storm Trap system out there. So it's that initial contractor just could not provide it. So they had to sever that contract with them and go to another vendor. The city has been upfront and letting us know about this throughout the process. I talked to the city engineer today. City is, they know that it's going to start into the school year. They have guaranteed us if we tell them that they can't do any work or have any traffic out there around from 7 to 8, they stop. 3 to 4, they stop. So as we get closer, and develop the schedule for the Storm Trap to be delivered on site, they will work with us on everything. They understand it. They know how congested it can be out there at York, and they're going to do everything that they can to make sure they don't disrupt our flow out there.
Just, I want to add on, just, I think you know this, but, just because we're still bringing Dr. Campbell up to speed on things, but the IGA does have provisions in there that are triggered if the projects are running behind. And I just, it's important that that's part of the conversation when you're working with the city to make sure that those pieces that were agreed to, if something like, I understand things, a lot of things have changed, but yet it's important that the things that were agreed upon are honored, and we work together to make sure that the kids aren't affected as they go back to school. So
Absolutely.
just bringing that up as kind of a, piece for you guys to make sure that is followed up on. So thanks.
And some of those dates in there is mostly when the Storm Trap starts arriving. And once the city is completed with their work, we wanted that site to sit there for about 2 weeks for it to settle around there. The last thing we want to do is put the field turf on top of it, then we'll have some settling out there, and then we have to go back there and do that. So that's why there's a gap, kind of like laying the asphalt at a track. We're waiting 2 weeks for it to cure before we put the rubberized track on there. Same thing on this one. So now as we're looking at it, it'd be probably mid-October before we're completed with the field turf work and some other work, curbs and gutters and things like that out there at the detention area.
How disruptive will our part be? We talked about the city being working around the schedules of the students, but how disruptive to the students will our part of it be?
This takes off a practice area for them. Mr. Welton and myself met with the administration team out at York yesterday to present this to them, to start thinking about coming up with different plans. The athletic director, Mr. Wagner, is sitting there going to talk with other entities, the college and other places, see if they can move some practices and things like that out there right now. So we just had those conversations yesterday, so they're trying to see how they can sit there and accommodate losing that practice field there.
What about the actual construction? Like, how, will that disrupt the flow of traffic while we're installing the turf and stuff?
No, it'll be if everything, when we're installing the turf, will be contained within that area. Trucks will just drive right up there, lay everything out, and they'll do every work in there because there's a small staging area, grassy area that they can use with too. This is the same thing with the city work right now. Everything right now is in there except when trucks come in and they take off dirt, but everything else is contained within that area. The biggest thing is when the semis come in with the storm trap, there's going to have to probably be a crane and a bucket, and that's a big semi, and there's going to be a lot of semis loaded up because they'll pick them, set them, pick them, set them. So that's where we'll have to coordinate if that's happening during the day with the building. These are just some of the pictures that we have. We're at Edison, the brand new playground that we have back there. The grass is growing. The hard lot surface is actually done now. They're striping it for the basketball courts and all that stuff out there. It looks really nice out there. Interiors are pretty much done. Like I said, we're doing the walkthrough. Those areas right there, and these areas where we're going to be installing the interactive flat panels on the teaching wall. We have those. That's something that the district will be installing out there, and we're working on the final clean.
Can we, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we get a tour? Like, I would love to actually be invited to go and see.
You want to go?
The building.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It'd be great to have you out there.
Chris says there's lots of money in the transportation budget to take us out there, so. Get us a bus.
Yeah, we can, yes, we can definitely do that.
On that,
But to that point, though, I think this should be, like, with all these projects going on, it would be nice if this was a consistent thing, that we were able to be out there to see what's going on. I mean, I don't think any of us, unless you maybe have a kid at Edison, have been there since construction started. So it would be nice.
I was just going to say, when we're talking about celebrating the things that are going on in the district, I mean, my kids went to Edison. I happened to walk by there a lot. I wish they would take the fence down so I could see more of it.
We're
But
doing,
I'm like,
we're
"Come
doing that
on."
this week.
It looks fantastic. I mean, it looks great, as do a lot of the other projects. And we can see the construction part happening, but we can't, the community doesn't get to see the finished product. So virtual tours on the website would be fantastic, or some open houses if we could do something like that. And just to show off all of this amazing work that's being done, because it does look fantastic. So I think that would be great.
Yep, definitely.
Add that we know you have nothing else going on, Todd, so if you could just work
No,
that
that's
out.
the fun
While
part.
you're waiting
going
for the
through
storm
finished
trap.
product.
Yes.
That's the fun part. And just some of the media center, the areas up there. It's really, this is actually, if you look at this area, these were classrooms in here. This was a hallway. That's where we blew out both sides of the classrooms, and this is going to be the new media center. Actually, these pictures are a week old, and a lot happens in a week. It's amazing. Outside of the building just looks wonderful. A little aerial view of the old Lincoln School, and just some demo out there. Like I said, it's pretty much the demo contractor will be done and out of there. We did save 2 pallets of bricks for sale or raffle or whatever.
Talk about how much happens in a week. I mean, every day. I mean, I got to say, I love the cameras. I'm obsessed with watching the live feed. And I drive by there every day, but I still always find I got it up right now. I'm like, I am obsessed with it. And I will say, there is not a day that I drive by there that there are not kids and parents and just like, it's little kids, love trucks, and it's been, the community has just loved watching it. So I'm excited.
A lot of people have been out there standing around watching the demolition process. So. With the transition center, that's just kind of the rendering. As I said before, pretty much all the walls are ready to go. Starting with the drywall.
questions here. Can I ask a question about the transition center?
Mhm.
So if it's, the project is delayed, what does that mean for our students?
Well, it's delayed, but we still have the lease on the current transition center at 324 North York till September 18th. Mr. Welton made sure he put an extra month in there, anticipating for anything.
Gotcha. So the transition students will be at the current transition center until the new one is done. So there's no lag in service.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's the plan.
Great
Yes.
clarification.
That small overlap does make me nervous with your anticipated completion date of 9/13 and the lease only going until 9/18.
Well, a lot of the things in the new transition center are all new. So there's not much that we're going to be moving over there, and we can accommodate that. Once we get closer, we can start moving some of that stuff over once those spaces are ready. Because some of those spaces will be ready sooner than other ones. There will be some delays in some casework, like a kitchen sink and stuff like that. But the functioning space we'll look at.
I think Courtney might, or at least, what if it's delayed another 2 weeks though, right? I mean, it feels like just from a risk mitigation standpoint, if you can bump that out, another week or two, just to make sure we don't run into any issues. Or I don't know how accommodating they are, but just think about that. So that,
Yes.
5 days is pretty tight on these types of things. So.
In with these construction, as you were stating that you see a lot going on the outside. There's a lot that's going on the inside. I mean, once we start getting the drywall and boom, a lot of things are going to happen. So we'll kind of look at that every week when we talk at our construction meetings to see where we're at. Are we on schedule? Is there any delays? And if there's anything that they think that there's going to be delay, and then we'll sit there and say, all right, now we got a potential issue. Emerson is where we renovated. It's the media center. It's really looking wonderful. The biggest thing at Emerson, if you were in that media center, there was that drop down big hole in there. That's gone, and it looks really good out there. They're starting to lay the floor in the corridors right now. It's really coming together and painting the lockers, new lights, new ceiling grid, paint on the walls. It's really looking wonderful. And with the track, this just shows you when it was up. This is the new asphalt surface out there at the track. Not much on that one. Pool mechanicals. The big thing here is with this pool, the pool mechanical system I'm going to put out there is, it wasn't a 1-for-1 replacement. We upsized the units by about 30% to provide more fresh air into that facility on the deck and where the bleachers are. Plus, we added a dehumidification system out there, so those ductwork weren't sweating. So it'll be a great indoor air quality environment in that building. So.
Well, having been a swim parent,
was just gonna say.
I'm telling you that I mean, there were times you felt like you could not breathe.
Parents are like,
Yes, that's a great, upgrade.
So if you see it out there and you go to a pool, some ductwork is insulated. That's the old ductwork. The new ductwork is not insulated because we don't need it because of the dehumidification system. And then this is the big hole in front of York, where they'll be putting up there the storm trap. So it's on the north end. We'll probably at the next board meeting, we'll have an update for you. And then at the next board meeting, we'll also sit there and talk about, we'll have more updated budget numbers as we go through the pay apps for, I'll have June and July's pay apps. So I have 2 more solid months, so I'll provide another budget update at that time.
Todd,
I just had two
I do
other
have one thing.
quick things.
Oh, Chris does too.
Yeah, no, so just on the budget point you just brought up, so as you work through that, please try not to be at the high end of those ranges, and value engineer as much as you can, because I think we're hoping to not have that outcome, and certainly not any further slippage. And then just to reemphasize, I really hope we can work together with the city to avoid disruption for our students and frankly for the whole community, because if that area gets clogged up, it's going to be highly noticeable by all and not appreciated. So just, I'm sure everybody involved understands that, but that's a big priority as we go through this. Now that the project is delayed, by 60 days or so, we got to make sure that we minimize the impact on the kids. So
Will do.
otherwise, I'd love to tour Edison, even though my kids go there. I don't, get to go around the whole thing very often. So let's do that soon. I think it'd be great.
Can I add one thing?
Oh,
Kara?
yeah.
Sorry. Just one thing. It was really great last month when we saw that breakdown of the budget. That kind of gave us where we were at, a nice itemized piece of, the schools that were, it was Field, Emerson, the 3 schools we were reviewing last month. But incorporating all those like overages and even the unders, the wins. So we have an idea of where we are next month in the cost would be great too, if you can add that.
Yes, we can add that by definitely if we do the second board meeting in August, yes, we can have
Perfect.
that.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much, Todd. Okay, next is summer programming highlights.
There is more. First meeting, wanted to make sure that my board team was very informed as to the many wonderful things that's happening throughout our district. With that, a lot of great extended learning opportunities were provided to our families this summer. So I have asked Dr. Grins to provide a very brief noticing the time of summer programming. Dr. Grins.
Thank you.
It's only 9:30.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for that elusive introduction. I'm already moving along. I've already skipped the first slide. So we're going to move quick. Point taken. But we did have a really great summer, and it's been really wonderful. We expanded our We had really great opportunities. We expanded our programming for almost 2,450 students, which has been absolutely incredible. Within that are a couple of quick snapshots of what we provided and what was built out. Extended school year for specific students with disabilities. We had summer enrichment, which was new this year and was a partnership with the DuPage ROE and was utilizing a curriculum that was developed with instructional coaches through the ROE, targeting ELA, math, and SEL standards. I'll get into the numbers on that in a minute. Project Lead the Way came back, which was great. We had a year off from that, if you recall. Summer school at York was back. We went through Illinois virtual school, if you remember, during the pandemic. Several highlights from that. We had a new lottery system that was greeted with a lot of thanks and gratitude from community members and making it a less stressful enrollment process. And I give credit to York administration for pursuing that. We had a freshman academy that was built out and more robust this year, several credit-bearing courses, special topics courses, CTE programming, really a great series of options for all of our students. Athletic camps, you heard some of it tonight. I mean, the boys lacrosse at 20 and 2, which is incredible. But the offering of athletic camps this year was absolutely outstanding. You name it, we had it. Everything from strength and conditioning, badminton, cross country, palms, basketball, football, girls lacrosse, soccer, tennis, track, volleyball, wrestling. It was going on at York, which was great. Fine arts programming, we are changing. You'll see a little bit of the diction in that. It used to be primarily music. This year was the addition of dance and visual arts, which were both huge hits, and that program was a big success as a result of that as well. In terms of the numbers and who was involved, here was a little bit of our enrollment data, and I do want to give a quick bit of credit for those leaders in our district leadership team that helped make these programs possible, and also colleagues within the schools. For ESY, we had Dr. Susan Condrat, Ms. Sarah Cannon, and Dr. Skip Coombe. With summer enrichment, it was led by Ms. Calissa Smith in the K-5 level and Ms. Shalene Delackery in 6-8. Summer school was led by Mr. Mike DeNovo. Again, that's still taking place. It ends July 22nd. And again, just highlighting that we had to pivot to Illinois virtual last year and couldn't even provide it in-house. And so much has changed in such a short period of time. PLTW, Mr. Dave Beatty, helped make that happen this year again. And we had 50 students enrolled and offered every of the 4 PLTW programs we have in the middle schools, which was great to have that full offering. Fine Arts, Mr. Patrick Baker, as well as Mr. Mike Pavlik. That's still taking place and ends this week, July 15th, I believe. And then Mr. Rob Wagner, you saw this evening with our athletic programming. What was really nice is a lot of the programming was funded through grants and or family paid, so there really was not too significant of an additional cost to the district regarding our program. Just a couple of snapshots of what it looked like. Up top, you have some photos of our summer enrichment program, which again was new. And I should highlight that summer enrichment program again was for almost 470 students. So we had that was a real new add-on and was meant to identify and address a lot of the impacts of COVID-19. Again, up top, summer enrichment programming. We have some of our students involved in our transition programming that are in the community in the top right. In the middle there, more summer enrichment, students having fun. We have a student there who's working with our transition team to gain competitive employment, and he got it, and you can see he's clearly thrilled about that, which is exciting to see, and we're happy for that experience as well. And we have some more athletic programming there on the bottom. This fall, we are planning to just take a look at data specific to those students that were enrolled, all 2,500 or so, and to really analyze that data and look at the demographics to evaluate the programming and see what worked and what we can continuously improve, and hoping to make sure that we have an even more coordinated effort for next summer, even starting this fall. So trying to get ahead of it as early as we can. This year, we did a lot in a short amount of time, and now that we hopefully have a little bit more of a runway, we can make it even better than it already was. So again, it was a big hit, a lot of success. It's still taking place. We have another week or two, and that's a quick highlight.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Karen?
So if I recall correctly, when we were hearing about the planning for summer, we had, 4 times the amount of staff that was willing to do summer school for kids, which it was amazing. And I'm assuming that did come to fruition, or is still coming to a fruition, because we're still in summer school. And then based on that, that means we probably had, at least 4 times the amount of students that could participate. And I'm just doing roughly, because each one of those programs, you look at it differently. But I mean, if that's the case, I mean, that is remarkable. So I commend everyone, not only for adding on to their school year and their refreshment time, rejuvenation time, especially after that's huge. I think that that's really huge, because a lot of people needed the time off and some people didn't. And I think it was great that we had people, that could do this for our students. I don't want to read into what you were saying, Scott, so I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. It was hugely successful. It seems like, it's great things. Students want it, families want this. I don't want to say precedent, but I mean, is this kind of the thought that we will do for summer schools for, some of those kids that, want to do these sort of things all year long and participate in D205, kind of a year-round program?
Yeah, we've always had a lot of success with summer programming, so that the comparison numbers, it's always been really high. In fact, the fine arts program definitely took a lift and had a little bit more of an enrollment. The main difference is those nearly 500 students in the enrichment and acceleration program. That was very different, and those were students that were identified with data points and principal review and input that really needed to get prepared for next year. So that was really strong. The idea is using the data we gather in the fall, we'll be able to see, if it made an impact, and hopefully it did. And it seemed anecdotally very positive. Attendance was strong, energy was really great. So we want to make sure we have data to see that any decisions that are made in terms of continuing it, that they take place. The big difference with the enrichment program this year is that it was curricula that was developed through the ROE. So we were able to really fast pace it and make it happen in a short amount of time, which is why we want to start that planning in October. It started June 7th, so there really wasn't much of a window. But now this year, using the data, checking the impact, we'll have more time to plan for what would come next, whether we continue it or pivot it, sort of to be determined.
So those students who were identified actually took us up on the offer and participating, which hooray to you. Yes, awesome. Thanks for the commitment. And then I'll look forward to the data because I like to be data driven, but anecdotally,
Sure.
It seems great. Not a bad thing to look at the numbers too, and then you use that as a launching pad. But I like the fact that we're already thinking about summer next year because we know that it takes planning, and you all did it in a short period of time for this summer, but use the time now.
Sounds
so
good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Beth?
We talk a lot about how we can help kids to be able to take more of the electives that are offered at the high school and when it's hard for them to fit them in their schedule during the year. So adding some more classes to the optional summer school curriculum was fantastic and just another great way for them to try out some of those classes that they might not be able to take during the school year. And after a year of not being able to do so many things, it's just that I just heard from so many kids that are taking summer school. It's just been refreshing for them to kind of get back to some normalcy and see their friends again and be in the schools and busy. So thank you for all of everyone's work on that. And
I'll
it's
share
been
that
great.
feedback. They may not admit it, but they want to be in school.
Yeah.
They're excited to be back.
Yeah, they sure are. So thank you. Yeah.
You bet. You bet.
Yeah.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
highlight. Okay, next is the consent agenda. Again, these tend to be either routine items or items we've already discussed or looked at. So does anyone want to pull a consent agenda item? Okay, not hearing anyone, then I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, purchase Nearpod platform for 21-24; D, purchase securely student safety platform for 21-22; E, Elmhurst Eagles youth football cash donation for York High School football program; F, second read section 2; Board of Education policy updates for 2260, 2265. G, second read section 5, personnel policy updates for 510, 520, and 5100. H, second read section 6, instruction policy updates for 660, 6300. I, second read section 7, student policy updates for 710, 720, 7180, 7185, 7190, 7270, 7325. J, second read section 8, school community relations policy updates for 8110. K, semi-annual review of closed session minutes. L, administrative benefits. M, transition and consulting services for Dr. Yankee. And N, acceptance and posting of fiscal year 22 tentative budget.
I second.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Schmidt, could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mr. Collins, absent. Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, next is agenda item 10, agenda action items. Item A, approval of Executive Director of Technology. Dr. Campbell?
I would like to present to the Board of Education approval for Mr. Rudy Gomez in the position of Executive Director of Technology. As the Learning Technology Supervisor currently serving Township High School District 214 with 7 campuses and 14,000 students. In addition to highlights of Mr. Rudy Gomez, he had led the district-wide one-on-one device implementation iPad. He also led the district-wide learning management systems and implementation. He explored, evaluated, and implemented innovative technologies that support and enhance student learning in a variety of content areas. He served as the technology consultant for all district-wide facilities and capital improvement projects, in particular providing underserved areas in the district communities that had no access to internet, Wi-Fi connectivity, with the ability to assess this in an equitable manner. I would like to present Mr. Rudy Gomez, who has gone through an extensive interview process and is engaged in several layers as the candidate for Executive Director of Technology to the Board of Education.
Okay. It's a different thing. Okay, so if I could have a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve Rudy Gomez as the Executive Director of Technology with a base salary of $140,000 and a start date of July 14th, 2021.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Is there any discussion on this agenda item? Okay, so if not, then Mrs. Schmidt, if you could call the vote, please.
Speaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Present.
Mr. Kwasinski?
Present.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 4 ayes, no nays, 2 present, 1 absent. The motion passes. Item B, let's see, I'll do that at the end. Item B is action on settlement agreement and general release. If I could have a, hang on, sorry. Okay. If I could have a motion to approve a settlement agreement and general release with Nora Fox.
I move that the Board of Education adopt the settlement agreement and general release in case number 20 CV 2961.
Second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, Mrs. Schmidt, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item C, approval of the Second Amendment to the 2019 Comprehensive Intergovernmental Agreement between the City of Elmhurst and the Elmhurst School District 205. So I want to just give a little bit of background on this. The board has received and reviewed a Second Amendment to the 2019 Comprehensive Intergovernmental Agreement between the City of Elmhurst and the school district. The 2019 agreement included provisions for stormwater management projects to be constructed by the city at York High School and Jackson Elementary School, and for the improvement of the gravel lot at Bryan Middle School. The First Amendment to the 2019 agreement extended the time for the Bryan improvements to September 1st, 2021. And the Second Amendment, under consideration for approval this evening, extends the time for completion of the Bryan improvements to September 1st, 2022, provides for the transfer of ownership by the city to the district of a portion of former Berkeley Avenue, which is currently used for parking at York, provides for the grant of a permanent and temporary easement to the city to run electrical power to the stormwater improvement currently under construction by the city at York, and fourth, provides for modification of the location of the existing permanent and temporary easements to fit the actual construction plans for the stormwater improvement at York. So just to clarify, these pieces have, kind of developed as the York stormwater project has progressed. And then the city is offering an extension to us for the completion of the Bryan improvements, which we would like to finish, I know, but it gives us a little more time to get that completed. So at this time, I will ask for a motion to approve the second amendment.
I move that the Board of Education approve the Second Amendment to the 2019 Comprehensive Intergovernmental Agreement between the City of Elmhurst and Elmhurst School District 205, substantially in the form presented by the Board President, with the completion of the easement and the property transfer documents in the forms approved by the Board's attorneys and legal descriptions for such documents in the form approved by the district's architects, engineers, and surveyors, and to authorize the Board President and Secretary to sign the agreement and the foregoing documents after approval of the agreement by the city.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kaczynski, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any questions? I do want to just note that this is, an example of our two entities working together to make this all work for our community and our school. And so, there's any other questions, discussion? Okay, Mrs. Schmidt, you can call the vote. Sorry.
That's okay.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Okay, next is Superintendent's communication. Item A, FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests.
On June 21st, bid requests, not in possession of records. June 23rd, student enrollment granted. June 24th, staff resignation granted.
Okay, and then B, social media highlights.
Good evening to the board, to our audience, and whether you are viewing from YouTube or whether you are in person tonight, hope you are having an enjoyable experience. We are continuing to shine the light on the great things that are happening within our district. And as you can notice, we have evolved once again in our title. We are no longer tweets of the week. We are social media highlights. We are covering everything and bringing all good things to your attention. Moving on to the next slide, you may notice that on any of our social media, we have a grouping hashtag called Ignite D205. So hashtag Ignite D205 will accompany any social media posts. We will soon be introducing another one that may supplement or replace, and that will be Forward Together. I think you heard a theme tonight that we are moving forward together. And one of the ways that we're moving forward together is according to one of the promises that Dr. Campbell has made, that we are going to celebrate the great things and the D205 brand, our students, our staff, and make sure that we are really publicizing all of the wonderful things that are happening in our district. You remember this picture from about 3 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago, and it is one from Dr. Skip Coombe. He was out supervising and visiting some sites in which our transition center students or our young adults are employed, and we captured this moment of joy and elation and being able to be employed, doing something. Someone said something about normalcy and making sure that our students have a sense of belonging, a sense of fit within the community. So we thank him for capturing that. And you can follow the Transition Center at D205 Transition on Twitter. moving on. Many of you are familiar with our foundation, and they can be found on Twitter at Foundation205. And every year they give out themes grants, and that number continues to increase. This year they gave out $99,000 worth of grants. And if you're taking a look at the picture, there are some students from our auto technology program that received a grant for 3 go-kart kits. And that may seem very small to you. However, it was their chance to learn how to build small engines. And those skills are transferable, and they can take them out into the industry for some very valuable experience. So we are very proud of our foundation, and even more proud of the experience that were afforded to our students. And finally, shouting out ICI, our contractors, because they not only provide us with the service being present on our sites, but they also do something, the webcams that Mrs. Troutman was speaking of that she loves so much, making sure that that information is available to our community and capturing every moment, moment by moment of our construction process. So shout out to them. You can also check out the webcam on our D205 homepage, and you can see those progressions every day. And finally, tell your friends, tell your family. Like, share, follow Elmhurst D205 on social media. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. And again, don't forget that we're coming to you again very soon with the new hashtag, Forward Together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're down to board communications, and I want to just ask Dr. Campbell, in our personnel report, a principal was approved, and I just wondered if you could highlight that for us.
Yes, thank you, President Cafario. I would like to highlight our new principal of Lincoln Elementary, Mrs. Calissa Smith. She is a former teacher. She also was a new teacher mentor with District 15, as well as most recently serving as assistant principal in District 205 at Lincoln Elementary School. A few highlights for Ms. Smith is that, as was shared earlier by Dr. Grins, she led the 2021 District 205 K-5 Summer Enrichment Program for students in grades K-5 as the principal site supervisor and did an outstanding job. She has designed and facilitated school-wide and district-wide professional learning in several areas, ranging from the integration of nonfiction writing to responsive practices to support students. She has led the building's leadership team to achieve areas of focus with attention to school-wide planning. She has exhibited and continued commitment to support students, staff, and community in temporary transitioning away as we are temporarily, because we're coming back, transitioning away from Lincoln Elementary School while our brand new school is being built for our students. I would like to congratulate and welcome Mrs. Calissa Smith as principal of Lincoln Elementary.
Thanks. Is she here? No. No. Well, welcome. Yeah. All right, anything else? Okay, so we just have, we are anticipating that we will have a special meeting in the next couple weeks. The date has yet to be determined. And then on the calendar, August 10th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7, and August 24th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And we're anticipating that there may be a cancellation, most likely a cancellation of the August 10th meeting, since we are doing the July special board meeting. So we will send out a notice, but I do want to say that because we're moving, or we're having the special meeting, canceling the August 10th meeting. So if there's nothing else, then the meeting is adjourned. So thank you. Well done, Dr. Campbell.